have? Do we know?
I won't know that until.
We go live.
Until you go into executive session, there's no guest.
We're live, right?
Yep, we're
We're
live.
live.
So you see this little microphone button? That's our mute or unmute.
Yep.
So let me
And
go.
then at the end, I end stream.
Yep.
We have to mute first.
1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3. Say that every day.
I can't hear you.
1, 2, 3. Un, deux, trois.
Trend.
Hold on, I'm getting on the live stream now. Okay, go ahead.
1, 2, 3.
Test.
Test.
All right, there's 2 people watching,
All right.
including me.
And you hear?
All right, so
Trent, can you hear us?
yep, I can hear you.
Okay.
Great. Can somebody click that little volume, that little
Yep, I got it.
microphone icon?
Yep.
You guys want executive session?
Thank you.
All right, everybody. It is 5:40, starting a little late, and we'll call this meeting of the Old Saybrook Board of Education to order, and we'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excellent. First up on our agenda is a motion requested for approval of our last regular meeting minutes from October 13th. Can I get a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Moved by Karen and second by Eileen. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So moved. All right, so we're going to go right into our agenda for this evening. This is our fall self-evaluation and goal-setting meeting. So part of this meeting will be held in regular session, and part of it will be held in executive session. And we're lucky to have Ann Littlefield with us here tonight to moderate our meeting. And we'll start off with board roles, responsibilities, and operations. So, my friend, would you like me to kick it off?
You can kick it off. Yep, I'm
I will.
online now too, so we're good.
Excellent. So, I think from a board roles and responsibilities, and I think every year when we get together for this meeting, I kind of say the same things. But this year's a little extraordinary, obviously, with the whole COVID-19 and the going offline and having our students remote for part of the year and really trying to figure out a new world. And so I'll take this opportunity, like I do pretty much every year, to remind us that although our hearts are in the right place and we want to help, we want to do the right thing, helping Jan and helping the district, our role is an advisory one. It is not an operational one. So, we do need to remember, as Jan's been very forthcoming with us about what's going on from a COVID-19 perspective, that it isn't our job to solution. And it's not our job to come up with ideas about how to run the school or whether we have certain things in each classrooms or how many kids are in each classroom. So it's really Jan's responsibility. And so, my thought as we get back into a regular cadence as a board, that we just need to remind ourselves of that as we move forward, that Jan's going to provide us with updates of how things are going as we get to school. And obviously we're going to want to ask questions and, make sure things are going well for the students. But I think we all need to, and I'm certainly, one of the people who does this with a good intention, certainly, remind ourselves that it's not on us to solve all the problems. And it's not on us to tell Jan how she should be opening or closing the schools or doing her business. So, I guess I'll kick that off as kind of like a conversation starter. But I know every year we kind of run into different things, and this year just happens to be COVID-19. But, we're all really enthusiastic and good-hearted about wanting to help and pitch in and do things. But I think, our role is more from a policy and advising position. It is not a roll up our sleeves and do the work position. And I don't know if you have any comments to add to that, Jan, but
No, I really don't at this
yeah.
time. No, but thank you.
And so to that end, I've suggested to Jan that she keep us up to date on what's going on. Obviously, we need to know what's happening in the schools, if there's a school closed or if we've got issues, that she needs to keep us informed. But that, going forward, rather than having like an open update of what's going on in the school from a COVID-19 perspective, that our meetings should really be focused on, the business of the board and, good to have an update, but we shouldn't be focusing, all of our meeting on solutioning how to handle COVID, because if we all knew the answer to that, we would all be rich because we'd sell it to all the other districts.
I can just offer
Yeah,
something
please.
as an observation from the field, if you will, working with many different boards of ed. I think it's very difficult for boards of ed right now, as well as superintendents, because the pace of change is so fast with respect to both the federal and the state requirements that come out, and the volume of change or the degree of change is very high, even on a day-to-day basis.
Mhm.
So even those districts that have excellent communications channels between the board and the administration, and between the administration and the community, and between the community and the board, it's just very strained right now because superintendent has to make a decision like today. Here's what we're doing. You know
I mean,
what
this minute, minute.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it has a huge impact, right? And normally in non-COVID times, a decision of that impact would be something that would typically at least come to the board as an informational piece
Right.
in advance. And just, it's not possible, right? So that strain is being felt throughout the state and presumably throughout the nation. So I think what you're saying, makes sense. That's the other thing that's happening. Everybody's like COVID, and not thinking about, oh my goodness, we have to move this agenda forward relative to XYZ that we're trying to accomplish, because everybody has been derailed to some extent by it. So what you're saying sounds very familiar.
And we've talked about it before too. We've had
Yeah.
things come up in the board where we would have liked things to have gone a different way, or for whatever, reason, other issues come up. But we've all been very involved, and I think that's great. I personally think it's just a sign of the fact that we all get along really well and respect each other and respect each other's opinions. So I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just more hygiene, of reminding ourselves where we are.
And I think I would add to that, since you asked me, and I wasn't prepared to answer, but I am
I'm
now.
sorry.
That's okay. I think in the spring, the board really did a great job of clearing the runway for us by saying, giving me powers to do things like enter into agreements with, the collective bargaining units, and and to move forward and make policies happen in one meeting, and all of those things that really made the job possible this summer. But like everything else with COVID, there's COVID fatigue in feeling disconnected. I'm sure. I don't mean to put the experience, to explain your experience, but you're a board of education. Up to this point, you guys have been so diligent about doing your job as volunteer board of education. And I'm asking still for it to continue to take a little bit of a backseat on some of these issues, because I have to move so quickly. It's foreign to me. I think it's foreign to you. It's not really the way we prefer to operate, but I think that action that you took in the spring is still something that we have to continue to act through. That thinking of it's going to happen too fast. I find myself informing you of things that I would like to talk to you about before I make the decision. I'm informing you after I made them, and I'm announcing them to you at the same time announcing to the community. And it's not comfortable, but it's kind of where we are.
Yeah, unavoidable for sure. But it's still a business that we have to conduct. We've got budget to put together this year. There's still going to be regular, policies that we have to review and work that we have to push forward. So I'm not saying that it's not a significant thing, because I really do think, and we'll get into it later when we talk to Jan about our goals, but it's obviously an extraordinary year, and it's certainly going to change the pace of the way we do business. But we still have to do that business. So I think as long as we it's hard to do. I think it's hard to do. None of us would be here if we weren't the kind of people that wanted to pitch in and make changes and help and do the right thing. So I think it's definitely a hard way to feel our way through, but I think we've done a really good job so far. I think the district's done a good job so far. And I think we just kind of have to keep pushing forward. And I'm certainly happy, to accept. Go ahead,
Can I
Annie.
ask a question since I'm not going to beekeeper? But anyway, since we're talking about self-evaluation, I mean, I think everything that Jan, come through has been absolutely transparent. I mean, I never expect, anything other than their feedback. So I guess since we're always open during evaluation, have there been, board members that have, been put on any type of pressure on her or anything like that?
Not at all.
that's coming from there?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that we should have that discussion now.
No. So Eileen,
Sorry?
we have two components to it,
Yeah.
right? We have the public portion of the meeting, and then relative to specific individuals and their performance, we do go into executive session to
Perfect.
that. So if there are specific concerns about
We'll come
either
back to that.
superintendent's performance or
Well, that's
board
great.
members,
Yeah.
we should
Yeah,
probably
thanks.
do that in executive session.
Yeah, happy to come back to that though, Eileen. Good
Yeah.
comment.
But a general reflection about how boards' roles and responsibilities have been affected by COVID-19 or other circumstances definitely is this part of the agenda.
But I mean, I was looking at at some point when you move off this particular bullet item, you're gonna get to the other two bullet items before we go to the
Mhm.
executive session. So I like to bring up another point here, but to come back to this original one, I do want to make just a general comment that I hope that for all of us, at least certainly speaking for myself, I mean, whatever leeway we gave you back last spring in terms of just an open runway should still exist. And so by any means, if any of us are intruding or begin to, as Tara said very politely, we get to offer suggestions or
Yes.
solutions when really in fact we're just being nosy and, not mind your own business. But you've been very kind, but thank you. But do let us know as well. I mean, you don't have the time to be courteous at a time like this. I mean, just be frank and be blunt. I mean,
Okay.
because otherwise, people may not get the subtle hints.
Right.
So, by means, but hopefully we, certainly speaking for myself, take all the runway you need that you had back.
Thank you.
I might suggest that Jan, in not necessarily being blunt or courteous in a response, actually might have silence in some responses,
Yeah.
right? Because if you make an inquiry and she has, I don't know, 6 hours of contact tracing or something that's about to happen, you might get silence, and that's not the norm. I think that's what I was reflecting on. That would not be the norm. Normally,
Right.
she'd respond right away.
Right.
But if people can give her the grace to
Have a little bit longer to
Yeah.
respond. It's not like
Yeah.
jump,
Yeah.
the moment.
Yeah.
And I think other boards have really been struggling with it. And it's really one of the reasons why I wanted to bring it up at this point. We look around the state and we see, the turnover on
Oh,
some
it's
of our
crazy.
other boards,
Yeah.
in other towns around the state. And, people are struggling. And so hopefully, I think we've got the benefit of everyone getting along and having a good relationship and open communications. And I think that benefits us greatly. You can see from some of the stress that other boards are going through that they weren't in that position going into this. And, when you go into something without a good relationship, the cracks certainly show, especially when you're, facing really difficult decisions in a district or, budget issues or, what have you because of COVID. It's, certainly shows the cracks in the foundation. I think we're lucky that we haven't seen that. I certainly feel that way at least. Go ahead, George.
So I have a separate topic, and this one's going to be a little bit in the weeds. And so, but I noticed that it's not in any of the other, it doesn't fit in with any of the items. And I want to have just a general discussion about how we approach policies. And we have Anne here, and I'm going to throw her.
You know,
I don't
throw
mean
me
to
under
throw
the
you-
bus.
I don't want to throw you under the bus. I'm sorry, but you are Shipman and
Yeah,
Goodwin as
that's
well,
fine.
right? So you are
Yeah.
Shipman and Goodwin, and so
So we can blame you.
Yeah, we're going
Sure.
to. It's okay. Right?
So we made a decision, I don't know how many years ago, to go to Shipman and Goodwin to provide us with policies. And, I complete faith in, you have my complete faith that you guys do an outstanding job with policies and make sure there's crosswalk between all different policies and so on. And we basically made a decision that we will basically accept your policies when they come as is, right? And my personal feeling is the least amount of changes we make to what you give us, the better off we're going to be, because we make changes the next time an update comes along, someone needs to remember the change that we made. Otherwise, you'll just
Yeah.
override whatever we did.
Keep track of it. Yeah.
And so, but I also appreciate that we, in Old Saybrook, we like to customize to our own culture and it's sort of a uniqueness to Old Saybrook. And the two of those is in direct conflict, right? And so, and I'm just trying to, so just a general comment in terms of how we deal with this. And so and maybe this is incorrect, but my basic concept or approach to policy is that there's a driving, for me anyway, a driving idea that is, it impedes, I'm not exactly sure the word is, but something to the extent that impedes education or, so when we deal with drugs or guns, it's very obvious, right, that it's detrimental to education. I forget exactly what the word is, right? But any policies read that this policy is here because it's a detriment to moving education forward. And so, but sometimes I feel like we're getting the nitty gritty of an item that it ain't broken and it doesn't impede education, but we seem to spend a lot of time on there. And I think, I think that now I'm really getting the weeds because the last time we got to the high school locker on clothing, and we spent a lot of time on that. I mean, in the same amount of time, and it isn't broken.
A
Well, I
dress
think-
code?
I think actually,
Yeah,
George, though,
that's
this
good.
does come back to the conversation that we're having right now. So
But
that was a good example, if you don't mind me interrupting, a good example of us getting into the weeds of how the school operates,
But-
which
but it-
isn't our job.
But if I can just finish
Yeah,
my
go
bigger
ahead.
point for this one. So there was a new policy, and we're not going to try and bring it up because it maybe take too long. But
Yeah.
but there was a new one, but the current one is still on the webpage, 500, and it reads perfect, for my opinion. The new one's a little bit more restrictive, but the recommendation now is we're going to take it out, which is okay because I think that you went to your leadership team and said we're going to take it out. And so now the new one going in will be taken out. 2 years from now, there'll be a new one coming in. It'll be on top of this again.
Mhm.
We may not be here, and it is that kind of. I don't even know how to
Mhm.
track. I mean,
Mhm.
I do really well tracking documents. This would be a headache beyond anything I
Well,
can possibly deal with, right?
If I could
Please,
just
go ahead.
respond for a moment, when Trent and I realized, that we were going to be modifying some of these policies significantly, we started our own tracking system.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
We kind of had no choice. And I just want to clarify one thing. What I said was that the administrative team did not have trouble removing that language about outerwear.
Right.
They were not concerned about it. I didn't say I wasn't concerned about it. I continue to be a little bit concerned about it. I don't want to get in the weeds either, but that'll be a
Yeah,
policy
but
discussion.
so,
Yeah,
but I guess so. Which is really coming up. Just so in terms of which is why.
yeah,
I
let
mean,
me,
what's your general concept in terms of what's your recommendation in terms of how we deal with this on a much more higher level than be in the weeds, right? So.
let me talk a little bit about the policy process in our office and then also how it might get applied out in the field. And I know Eileen and other people probably want to comment. This policy is near and dear to many people's heart. We would send out revised policies if there is a legislative change or some relevant case, right, that makes your policy wrong, right? Or if sometimes we do it in response to social changes, even in the absence of a specific case. So a recent example would be we did amend our dress code our model dress code policy to ban the Confederate flag.
Mhm.
That was done because under the relevant case law, if something is a symbol that would incite someone to violence or cause a disruption, you can say in a school setting, we're not going to permit people to wear that symbol. And we thought that the cultural evolution with respect to the Confederate flag, at least here in the Northeast, was such that it was likely to cause disruption. So we amended our model policy accordingly. So when they come out to you, and then occasionally we catch typos or grammatical problems or someone points out a flaw in our logic and we just fix it, right? So if it comes to you, it's coming with a purpose. When you get it, you're free to customize it to your local setting, as long as you don't fall below the specific statutory or case law floor on which it is premised, right? So the peril in modifying it without, at least without checking, like outerwear, right? Outerwear, I guess, was an issue. Outerwear is in there as a dress code issue because particularly at the time that the policy was drafted, people would use outerwear to conceal things, or it was bulky, or, you know, whatever. So we have outerwear in there. It's not legally required, right? That's not a case law issue. So I'm glad you're tracking them, because when you get the new version, you'll have to redline it against whatever the customized or modified version is. And if you are making significant changes, you probably ought to check to make sure that whatever the case law or legislative purpose is, isn't being modified out of the policy, I guess
Right.
is the best way to say it.
Right.
Now, I know, Terry, you have a
Eileen's got
couple
a
questions.
question.
Eileen, and also.
No, I was just gonna say that for the
Jim,
majority of our changes are legislative. I mean,
Right.
that's, you know, and so we look at them and we make the changes and we explain why they're, you know, they're changed. Others that are more student driven, say like student dress. I think just what you're saying, Ann, is that we look at it for its relevancy. Because some of those things were adopted in like 2013 or 2011. And so we're looking at them now in 2020. So we're looking at them, and so that particular conversation, we usually have it at a policy committee level,
Mhm.
you know, because that's where a lot of the conversation and banter goes back and forth. But then when it comes to the board level, that's what, especially for the second reading of those, that gives an opportunity for the first and second to have a conversation. So I didn't feel like it was really in the weeds. I thought it was more of, is this applicable to now? Is that what we do in our school? And that's why Jan took this. I mean, it still hasn't come back. You know, we haven't really looked at it yet as a policy committee in terms of what the district leadership team has felt. But we're really taking her guidance to look at it and going, you know what? Let's bring this to where this is really most applicable. Let's talk about the applicability for Old Saybrook. So it's not customizing it to take away things, but it's really taking a look at, is it relevant? So if it talks about lockers and we don't use lockers anymore, then that's a conversation. Doesn't mean we're taking it out. It just means what's the pulse? And that's what I just wanted you really to share. We're not, you know, customizing it to a place and space that would never be recognized again.
Some of the policies are very much driven by legislation, and probably the changes to those would be very minimal. Others, like weighted grading, right? Weighted grading is going to be very educationally based and specific to the district, right? So you know, there's a difference there. Jim, you also had a comment or question.
Yeah, I agree with much of what you and Eileen are saying. There are a lot of legislative changes that go into
Yeah.
these policies, and Eileen and I are on the committee. And the legislative changes, I don't think anybody would really have a problem with. I mean, those are things that are passed on to us from the state
Right.
government, and if we had a problem with it, we could march up to Hartford and knock
Right.
on our Congress people's door and talk to them about it. I think what we're trying, or I should say, what I'm trying to convey is there are a lot of issues, and you mentioned yourself, the social mores sort of
Yeah.
weigh into the equation. And I think in that respect, we, as an Old Saybrook Board of Education, are more responsive and more receptive to the social mores of Old Saybrook than, say, our Congress people up in Hartford or in Washington, D.C. for that matter. So I don't think I'd want to make a blanket statement where we were going to approve everything verbatim that came out of Shipman and Goodman, because, you know, if it's not based on a legislative
Right.
hard fact case, then it's a social justice warrior who thinks, oh, this is what Old Saybrook and all the other towns in Connecticut should, because that's the way the winds are blowing at this point in time. So I think what we're trying to establish is something that works both within the framework of the law and something that is good for the people of Old Saybrook and how they react to different social events and how they respond to different pieces of legislation that are coming out of Hartford as well.
So just to clarify on the social piece, it's probably an overstatement to say that we are making the changes based on solely on cultural changes. It's a prediction of where the case law will be, really. So I don't want to overstate that part, because my colleagues back at the office will take issue with me, especially the one who is watching. No, I'm just kidding.
We're sorry, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the point is the same, and it aligns with what you're saying, which is there are some changes that you can't make because they would then violate the law. There are some things that are best practice, right? And then there are some things that are clearly more specific to the community. And then just in the overarching way that we do the policies, we make them very lean on purpose. And we give your administrators, we try to draft them to give administrators discretion to address specific circumstances through their judgment, right? And the reason we do that is a case law issue related to immunity, right? You get governmental immunity for your actions if you're acting with discretion.
Sure.
If you are just following a rule that's written down, you don't have the advantage of that particular doctrine. And so we do try to make sure that we are, when administrative judgment is called for, the policy says the administrator can make the judgment, because that's usually best, both for the community and for taking advantage of that legal doctrine. So George, back to your question.
So
Yep.
I'm being dense here, so.
Yeah, no problem. And you're not, of course.
Actually, I am. I'm sorry, but I mean, I hear what Eileen and Jim are saying, and I appreciate their perspective immensely. And the Old Sabre culture is very, very important. But I'm just trying to get a sense from you, from a perspective from Shipman Goodwin. What is your recommendation in terms of? I mean, here's the policy. I mean, and I know you give us every school district the leeway to customize it, but is it like, I mean, but is the strong recommendation, but please don't, or like, like, you can, but our recommendation is please don't, just take it away. I'm just trying to get a sense of how
I
what
hate
is
to
that?
have a lawyerly response, but it really does depend on the way you modify it, right? So the example I just gave to Jim, if you modified a policy that gave the administration discretion to make a particular decision, the best example I would have of that is in the 26 years of practice that I've been in practice, at one point we had discipline rules were very common, where it was like, it was sort of like mandatory sentencing guidelines, right? If you do this, you will get this, you get 10 days of suspension for this, you get 5 days of suspension for that, you're automatically recommended for expulsion for this, that, and the other thing. And those were circumstances where the board legislated particular penalties, right? Under a theory that it was equitable, right? But then it took the discretion away from the administration. The reason we draft it with administrative discretion is because kids are all different and circumstances are all different. And what we found after applying those policies were that kids' individual circumstances weren't adequately addressed. And so we drafted them back to being very, giving a lot of deference to administrative judgment, both for the legal reasons on immunity and also because it was better for kids, right? So some changes aren't gonna make me anxious. Other changes, particularly changes that, I'll give you another example because maybe this will be some guidance when you look at specific policies. Where you have a procedure that is prescribed, right? Let's, as an example, if you had a policy that said, within 10 days, something's going to happen, right? Versus within a reasonable period of time, something's going to happen, right? Or first it goes to this person, second it goes to that person, and then there has to be a committee with one of this and one of that, and then you can appeal it to someone else, right? If those are legislatively required steps, we would of course write a policy that includes those legislatively required steps. If it is not legislatively required, we'll probably have a procedure that permits more flexibility and doesn't have those prescribed steps being imposed at the board level. Why do we do that? One of the reasons would be because even with respect to different situations, you may require more or less procedure. And if you have a flexible procedure, you can, a flexible policy, the administration can change its response to how it responds to a particular situation based on the circumstances. Plus, we get to take advantage of the immunity. If you say it's 10 days and then the administration misses the 10-day deadline for some good reason.
Yeah.
You're gonna wish you had one that said a reasonable period of time. You know what I mean? If you have an administrator or administration that you have a policy that says a reasonable period of time and they never get things done, you don't switch the policy to say 10 days. You say, we need to hold our administration accountable to doing things promptly, right? Because the policy is still fine. The problem is something else, you know what I mean? So maybe that's too much information or,
No, I think it's great. I just wanted to say that really the role, when you look at board members' roles and responsibilities, their primary role is really to adopt policy. And we talked about lots of different things, but when they look at it, you just even through the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education, that's a primary role. And when I look at policy, it's kind of like curriculum. You know, you look at it, some of it is pretty pass through, and others of them, you want the opportunity to read it and understand because it's a policy, but then there's a regulation, and the regulation is what holds the district responsible in some respects, for implementing, the policy. So it's not, I just don't think it's anything that you just approve without really knowing what it really means. And Jan's been terrific because she'll give a synopsis, because that is part of the role, the board's responsibility is to know what it means. And if there are things they have questions about, they should ask, because it can be customized to an extent that fits Old Saybrook. If people are uncomfortable, that's all. You wouldn't want to take it blanket and stamp in black. Okay, go. And then nobody knows what it even means. But that's, my personal perspective.
Jan, I don't know if you have thoughts about it?
No, I think that, I've been here, this is my 8th year. A number of you have been here longer than I have. And I think we forget to stop and make sure that everybody understands what we're doing, and that's partly on me. You speed through things because you think we've been here before. And we want to be respectful of everybody's time, and meetings run long, and everyone has long days and nights. But I do think that it does benefit us all as we start every year. And this year wasn't one to think about this sort of thing, is to say, okay, so we're reviewing policies. So the policy committee went through these with a fine tooth comb. Here's what policies are. Here's what regulations are. And here's how they interact with each other. And here's how policy and regulation interacts with curriculum and systems and budget. And so it might almost be worth a kickoff like that. And maybe it's a written document that can be handed out that just says, remember, this is what we're doing tonight, first time this year. I do think that might help us all move through those thoroughly, but also quickly.
And I do think it kind of comes back to the same thing. It's like it's getting back to business.
Right.
And I think the challenge of doing it as an online meeting made that difficult. We did have a policy. We went through everything, and we did kind of relive, the meeting again a little bit in open session in our regular meeting. But I think it's a good note for all of us. There's homework involved in coming to board meetings. You got to read what's on our board notebooks, and we do all have an opportunity to ask questions ahead of the meeting and put those things forward. But I don't know that answers your concern, Georgia. I understood where you're going with that. I don't know that there's a way to do it.
Yeah.
What
Differently.
we could do, if
Yeah.
you wished, obviously you could put a revised policy back to us, and we
what we're
can have
doing.
someone check it to make sure it doesn't fall below the floor.
Yeah, you hit on the dress code one, and
Yep.
I don't see any legislative references, but I'm going to ask Rebecca to weigh in on one section. I think I already did ask Rebecca to weigh in on one section of it. I waited to hear back from her, but no, that's it.
Yeah.
So, because there's a couple coming down the pike, if they haven't already hit you, that there's extensive regulatory changes, and they're just like,
The harassment title. Yeah,
that's
we
gonna
did
be
that
like
one.
a freight train.
We did that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
The policy committee really picked through that one.
Yeah, and that one's tough, but it's all regulatory.
So I'm gonna hit Jim first, and then I saw.
Or if I can just take this opportunity to pick your brain a little bit, Ann.
Yeah.
You mentioned there, and I think we've all come to a consensus, that there are some changes that are based on legislative
Yep.
directives coming out of the federal government or the state government.
Yep.
What, in Shipman and Goodman's terms, basically drives any changes that would be beyond the scope of those, in terms of, okay, there's no case law referring to this, but something happened.
Sure.
makes us think we should change this somewhat.
Yeah, there might be specific cases that occur that aren't necessarily in this circuit that we see with respect to discipline or otherwise, or bullying or the like, that, or race discrimination or something that we see happening other places in the country. We think, oh, okay, we can see that when we look at our own policy, we're exposing our clients to risk by having it worded this particular way. So we make that kind of change. So normally it is state legislation that drives most of the policy changes, federal legislation or new regulations from either the State Department of Education or the US Department of Education that drive the majority of the changes. Case law in Connecticut or in our federal circuit obviously would drive mandatory changes. The discretionary changes include things, sometimes they include somebody has one of our policies in a district and a specific student situation or staff situation happens, right? And even a grievance, right? If it's an employee matter and something is essentially litigated, not in a public way, right? Because it's through a grievance procedure to an arbitrator or through an expulsion hearing to a board of ed, right? And we realize there's some thing we could do better in the policy. So we'll make those changes so that we are proactive. So, and then sometimes it's just even as basic as we made a change to the way the language in our transportation policy worked about bus stops and how there's all sorts of hazard descriptions in there, right? And there was a question about the way one was worded because we had a transportation hearing in another district where somebody said, well, this means X, right? That my child can cross this highway as long as the bus is stopped and the thing is out. And we're like, no, you're not crossing that highway. But we realized that technically she was correct. The way it was worded was not clear. So we just fixed it, So it's any number of things. It's, as I said before, not as common to change it for something that's happening culturally that hasn't come out in case law yet. But as I think Eileen noted, we do change, we change the discipline policy
How many times?
hundreds of times because kids come up with crazy new things to do. And we're like, all right, we guess we got to cover that. Or
about that.
there's new forms of our computer use policy changes as new social media platforms. People come up with different ways to use social media platforms, and that's not usually covered in case law. It's just something that's happening out there, and we try to stay current with it. On the social media part, woefully inadequately, we try to stay current with it, but we're trying. Yeah, so it's any number of things. We represent 123 districts, and some of the changes just bubble up through specific experiences in those districts.
Cindy, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
And
Ed.
just last, I just wanted to say two things. One is that, for instance, if the Board of Education never really took time to really read them, let's say, and just adopted them, then say something was, you could expel a student. Let's just put it like a hypothetical. And a board would come together and then you'd be like, oh, I didn't realize that we could do this. And then then the superintendent might say, well, it's in your policy. And then if that board member, if we didn't necessarily have a conversation about it, and I'm just giving a hypothetical, then you really would know, that that's part of what you've adopted. So that's important to know just as a reference point. The other piece I was going to say, this is extremely unusual year for policy because we have never, probably in 25 years, and Karen would know this, brought 16 or 18 COVID policies to a Board of Education, and wanted to give some frame of reference and having some brevity to it, but also wanting people to be aware of why, number one, why they were there, why they needed to be adopted in whole, and also giving the superintendent, as we agreed as a board, to bypass the second reading as necessary so that she could implement, expeditiously what had been happening anyway, So we wanted to kind of put the mark on it to be like, it's, you know, it's now formalized because that's important. So sometimes those are things that we do too. But I think that the conversation and the discussion is essential because that's part of how the school system runs based on policy. I mean, that's why we're here.
Yeah, the COVID policies, we wanted to get the guidance out into the field, right? Because a lot of the existing policies would then be wrong, you know, or not actually enforced because of changed circumstances. So that was an unusual push out, right? We had to modify a bunch of stuff and get it out there so that you wouldn't have contrary rules out there in the marketplace of policy and, you know, that, that hopefully we won't have that circumstance again.
No,
Right.
but like everything else with COVID, everything about the policy is attendance and discipline and
Mhm.
what's a class and
Touches
Yeah.
every part of it.
everything
Touches
has to
every
be
part.
changed.
Yeah.
And
So-
policy is labor intensive. I have to say that I have a great committee, but it's labor intensive and because I've been doing it for a while, I'll be like, oh, this was done in 2011. Oh, it was modified in 2013. So it gets so many different changes. So it's good to have people understand to some extent if they're interested, why the change. That's all.
So other comments or thoughts about this topic? I don't know that we resolved it, but I think it was a good conversation to have, and I appreciate you bringing that up, George. Any other conversation topics around our roles and responsibilities and how we operate as a board? All right, then I think we'll move on to communication and public relations.
In your packet, you have our way of trying to quantify for you what communications and public relations has looked like since last spring, well, prior to our final evaluation meeting in May or June, I think it was June. This is what we have been doing from March until today. It doesn't capture it all, but as you can see, it's multiple pages, double-sided, and it just is an attempt to quantify for you what and how we have been communicating and with whom, what medium we are using or media we are using, which includes social media, emails, postings on the website, parent meetings that are either Google Meets or WebEx Meets. Does everyone have it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, sure. I heard people shuffling papers, so I was concerned that I was talking about something you didn't have. It looks like this.
It's a communication report, right?
That's correct.
Yes, yep. We actually have had 20 meetings with parents up to this point, 120, well, now 135 emails, just about, I'm sorry, more than that of the closure questions to our back to school and our closed down website that I've been answering the majority of them or farming them off to the appropriate people in the district. 36 update letters and correspondences, 24 COVID-related social media posts, 27 as of today. 28 informational videos, which most of them are still posted on our website. Athletic event videos. I've done appearances on local cable access to talk about how the community, how we're responding to this situation in the community. And I won't read the rest, but you can see this is probably about 40% of what I do right now. And it is incredibly time consuming. One has to be thoughtful in messaging, you know, how much to say, exactly what to say, choose your words so that people feel calm and confident that you're doing everything that you can. It is not just informational. And I think that if you just looked at this list, that's what it looks like. It is truly public relations. And I think that it has been very effective. And I think the evidence of how effective it is that we have a much higher return rate here in our school district of people sending their children to school than many other school districts.
It's good to know.
93% of our parents sent their kids back to school. Roughly about the same number in hybrid, maybe a little bit less than hybrid. And then when we went to full, it went up to the 93%. Of course, and this is not this is not an unusual experience. As we're having these rocky experiences over the last few weeks, some people are getting nervous and saying, we're going to take our children out. But I think they're going to find that will be the norm this year, and I think probably we'll see that reverse as well. But the communications have been ongoing, pervasive. You can see how frequent they are. I don't think, and my feedback from families and staff tells me that this is accurate. I don't think we could do more.
No, I don't think you could either, Jan.
I have a
And
question, Jan.
Go right ahead.
I saw one of the recent, maybe it was the high school communication, the letter that stated that, so for parents, you got to pick a plan. You're either going hybrid or you're going all in. You
Mhm.
can't sort of weave back and forth. Have you gotten pushback from any parents on that? Do you think the comfort level is okay with pick a pattern?
I think we have not gotten a lot of pushback. There's been a little bit of frustration, but in fact, we have an ace in that one because that's not our rule. That's the State Department of Education's rule.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Okay.
They won't allow families to pick and choose
Okay.
and make up their own schedules.
Okay. Well, that settles that then.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I don't say this a lot, and shame on me for not doing so, but I think this is a great document. And I think it perfectly summarizes the amount of communication and meetings and interfacing with the public that Jan does. And I think we do a little bit of that ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
But it also gives us a focus on which areas and topics of interest are most frequently visited and frequently responded to, either from a public request or from Jan or the board just going out and giving information to the public in that manner. So I think it summarizes very nicely a lot of that back and forth communication and also what the main topics of discussion are. Not that we can predict what are likely to be, but I'm sure under normal circumstances, we'd have a lot of the same types of conversations every year.
Mhm.
And that would allow us to sort of get in front of some of these issues that we might foresee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree, Jim. I think it's obviously COVID's different,
Sure.
but, I think it is kind of a good historical document to have going forward, just because you're right. We're going to see certain questions come up every year, when's report card day or whatever,
Yeah.
that's probably not, actually, that's the question I ask every year. When is report now? But, I think you're right, Jim. It gives us an opportunity to do better every year, so I think that's a great point. Yeah, this is insane, Jan.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, I would not even say that this is all of it. We did our best to put it together based on my calendar and what was in Trent's files and my files. And obviously, this doesn't include times when I've talked to the press or the Rotary Club or, opportunities that I've had. I will say also that, every bad situation has a silver lining. And the communications that I was originally forced to have and now really am reaping the benefit of with Connecticut River Area Health District, getting to know our folks at the State Department of Public Health, communicating more frequently with the town hall, with First Selectman Fortuna, with the chief of police through emergency management meetings. These have all been positive. They have been opportunities to strengthen relationships, open up lines of communication. When we have an announcement to make about a cohort going home, I tell all of you, we tell all the families after the contact tracing has started, so that people aren't panicking about whether they're going to get that phone call. But a small enough group, we like to get the contact tracing done first. But I also communicate with CRAD, emergency management, the First Selectman, all of the parents in the community, so they know what's going on at any school. But these are changes to practices that I think can be implemented going forward, that are very successful, and that we're all learning to capitalize on, for lack of a better term.
Eileen, go
I
ahead.
was gonna say, it's not only remarkable about the numbers of contacts, but I really pay attention to how Dan communicates. She writes well, speaks well, honest, very ready to explain. And I think what's always interesting is that people out in the community are always more like, who's the one that, was identified that might have had COVID? And I said, certainly that's not going to be broadcast.
Right.
So, it's just, I think that she does a spectacular job, and her English background helps her a lot.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
really, because not everybody writes as well as you do, and it's really very clean and easy to understand.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. we agonize over it sometimes, like I'll have 2 or 3 people read it and say, does this make sense? Because
Sure.
it's dense information. You're trying to describe a contact or a contact of a
Mhm.
contact, and you're doing this in a letter that you're trying to make as short as possible. So now we have templates going for those situations that allow us to be even more efficient with our language. So we'll continue to do that really carefully.
That's great.
Yeah, sometimes there's so much information.
I know.
that You're trying to really
know.
bring it down because you lose people at a certain
Yeah,
point when
yeah.
people are looking at it and it's like, I'm reading this again and it's
Yeah.
just, yeah. it
I'm
is.
starting to treat it like the way I was taught to write for journalism. You
Mhm.
put all the most important stuff up in the lead,
Yep.
the
And they
stuff
got
I
it.
really need you to know right now, knowing you may not get to the end of this.
Mhm. Yeah.
So, but the end of it now for us is boilerplate. Wash your hands, wear your mask. It's like, if you didn't get here, you didn't get here. You know that stuff.
Police trouble. Go ahead, George.
I just want to add, I think Jim made a really important point. This is just a very impressive list, I didn't get invitations to all of them, but I got invitations to some of them, and I did manage to attend some of the parents' meeting, and I have to admit, there, not just as a huge amount of display of work here, but at any of the meetings that I did attend, the quality of the information we passed is very impressive. The last one, I think 50 some parents attended, and it's one thing to basically just communicate with parents, but it's very different to communicate effectively with the parents. I think Jen did an amazing job in terms of addressing very quickly what the issues were and addressing the questions the parents had, and there was no hesitation. I think so. It's not just the quantity, but also the quality of the delivery. Very impressed. It was just the breadth of material that you had to cover and the depth is very impressive.
Yeah, I agree. And to have everybody be so engaged,
Yeah.
because all of us, at least those of us in the, private sector, you're on a million conference calls a day, and at least half of them, your eyes are rolling back in your head. Like, could we have just covered this in like a very brief email?
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that the parents are so engaged and that the community is engaged in asking questions.
I can imagine that in a school district of like Wallingford with 8,000 students, there's no expectation that the superintendent will have the finger pulse on that many items. It's going to be impossible. There's no chance, right? So there'll be separation of duties and so on. But you can argue, well, it's a smaller district, but the breadth of what you got to cover is no different, right? And so whereas in the school district of 8,000 people, that superintendent may have additional
They're going to rely
Support.
on
support.
other
Yeah.
people to push
That's
that
right.
out in the
Mhm.
same
Yeah.
way.
So
Yeah.
so the breadth of the material is still the same.
still
It's
there.
just here the smaller district, but the breadth material is still the
Yeah.
same thing, right? From A to Z, right? And so in this case, there is no second for Jan, so that's very hard.
It's really true what you're saying, George. One of the superintendents that left here in Connecticut and went to a district, a large county district in another state, he was assigned a press relations and media person who literally accompanied him all day everywhere.
Wow.
And so, it's just interesting because just the differences between our models and COVID's the same in that county as it is here, right?
Right.
But that person is literally drafting all the public statements for this superintendent to then
Right.
deliver. In this setting, that's just not happening.
I draft it, then I edit it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, actually, that's not true. Then Pam edits it.
Yeah, so it is really impressive.
Yeah.
It's very impressive.
And if I could just, since I mentioned some of my colleagues, if I could just say, this list is only the list of communications that came from my office. This does not include the building level or the other directors and their communication. And I cannot say enough how hard they have been working. I know you know it, but it bears repeating. They are working at a breakneck pace to the point where I'm concerned that, how long is this sustainable? To live up to this same standard of communicating and making sure everybody's heard. And it's a lot of work, and they're doing it really well. Staying late at night, coming on weekends and getting through things that need to get done. Really impressive.
That's excellent. Yeah, a really amazing job, Jim. Other questions or comments before we move on? All right. Climate update.
Sure.
Is that next?
Yeah. So I don't want to continue to talk just about COVID.
Why not?
Just because it consumes my everyday night doesn't mean that it should consume the board's everyday. But certainly I am happy to answer any general questions that I can answer about the district's response, about where you can find information. I'm happy to answer that. What I wanted to talk about, though, in the area of climate is that we have been continuously surveying staff, parents, and students multiple times in the spring, twice so far, twice or perhaps 3 times this fall on various topics, logistical things like are your children coming back to school? Do you want them to ride the bus? And more climate oriented, how are we doing kinds of questions. You know, the schools want to do their traditional climate surveys this year, but the when and the how and what information will we capture, that's all being discussed now. But what we did learn from our most recent survey, which was given to students, educators, and parents, is that overwhelmingly people are satisfied. And this was a very large number of respondents. I think we had 500, close to 600 respondents. I won't say the exact number. Overwhelmingly, people are feeling very positive about distance learning this year, about communication, about what their children are getting. Some of the comments at the end gave us some good insight into things that they're concerned about and would like to see changed and improved, and we don't disagree with them. And I won't cherry pick. So just those things that are not about logistics, I will read to you. We had 93% on this survey respond, a little over, that they were going to be sending their children back to school, which was very high comparatively. We had the respondents, of all respondents, the question was posed, the school builds positive relationships among students, between students and staff, and between families and staff. 94.4% gave that a 3 or a 4. So agree or strongly agree. With strongly agree being the larger number there. So that to me is the essential climate question, right? Do we have good, strong relationships? Do we promote strong relationships? So we were really pleased with that. To answer the question, the school provides equitable opportunities for all students. 90.6% of respondents said yes. You know what? My number is even higher. The total number of respondents was more like 900, but that includes all groups. 9.4% said that we needed to improve there. And we need to find out who those 9.4% are, because my guess is they're the ones experiencing a sense of being marginalized. The question, the school empowers students to take responsibility for their learning. So these are our 21st century skills and our profile of graduate goals. 91.1% said that was either meets or exceeds, agree or strongly agree. The one place where we saw a little bit of a dip to 88%, 88.2, was the school makes learning goals clear. 11.8% said that was not true. So again, we're hovering in that 10% mark that we need to connect with and be able to explain ourselves and our rationale for what we're doing more clearly. The school provides opportunities for students working from home to join live classes. I was so pleased to see 95.8% said yes, that's true. I don't know. No one said, nobody responded that it wasn't true. Strongly disagree. 3.8% disagreed. So again, don't know who these people are. This is anonymous, but something for us to think about. Could it be an anomaly? Here's one that we know we've always wanted to improve and need to continue to figure out how to do this. And I think it's through internships and capstone projects and the 8th grade capstone. School connects what students are learning in class to their experiences outside of school. We just got a 79.6% agree or strongly agree there. So making connections to outside of school. And that's right up our alley. That's where we've wanted to go, and that's where we've been going. But there's more to be done there. And school is constantly striving to improve student learning. 91.7% agree or strongly agree. So again, with that, about 8% saying,
Not feeling.
yeah. So I would call these really excellent, universally excellent survey results. And we took this as great news to keep doing what we're doing, to continue to listen to stakeholder groups. They had a lot of positive things to say about how much distance learning had improved. They had specific suggestions for making work meaningful. At the time we were in hybrid, and a number of comments about stop cohorting. Don't require cameras to be on, requires the cameras to be on. So they got really specific in the comments. But in general, we felt really positive about these responses. So that's the good news. On the other side of it, I have to mention COVID again. Nothing about the situation has been easy on anybody, as Cindy will attest in her world too, and I'm sure each of you in your own lives dealing with it. So back in the spring when we were surveying students, we were feeling disconnected from students and we were surveying students, we asked them what they needed, and they're identifying mental health needs. There have been some tragedies in the communities around us recently. And we are, of course, concerned about that. And we are concerned just generally that the mental health of students, to some degree staff, superintendents, just the community, parents, the community at large. I think people are really, the cumulative impact of all of what we're going through is apparent. And so we are trying to make strides towards that. And I'll talk about that when we talk about my goals, but we've made a number of strides and we've put things in place to lay the foundation to address it. Plus our counselors, social workers, and psychologists are doing a lot to address this by going into classrooms, by meeting with students, by putting out their own surveys. And then trying to identify where the most help is needed. And some of it is surprising. We expected there to be anxiety about coming back to school, and we do see that in both staff and students, but we also see some depression, just general sadness. We see people who are almost self-isolating, or maybe all the accoutrement of the COVID thing, like a mask and a shield and all that becomes self-isolating. So I'm really pleased that clubs and sports and activities are up and running. I think that's really positive. I'm really pleased with our connection with Youth and Family Services because that's incredibly valuable. And I cannot say enough about our PPS staff and our counselors and the work that they're doing to identify, to help kids identify and to come up with strategies for them. And as I said, I'll talk more about that when I get to the goals and what specifically is being done.
Yeah, and that was very evidenced in this, the whole mental health issue and the concerns between the student, senior exit interviews you gave us, and then even the remarks from the board members on our strategic plan worksheets. That's just the theme kept coming back and back and back. So, yeah, I mean, you hear about the COVID fatigue out there, and it's serious. It's serious for many, many people. So,
It is.
yeah,
The state, to their credit, allowed us to take some leeway with evaluation documents and to allow vast majority of staff to set up socio-emotional goals, not just strict academic goals. And we asked the staff to take the first few weeks to really just get to know their students. If you clicked on the link for the distance learning plan and for the district plan for returning to school this year, you can see we really asked people to do a lot of get to know you activities in those first few weeks because we didn't know how long we'd be here together. And it was really important to us that the relationships were in place before we ended up in a shutdown situation, which thankfully has not happened yet. And we hope and pray that it won't.
Yeah.
And so I think that sort of, that starts our year. That's where we are. I also want to say that I've met pretty regularly with the union leadership from the teachers and had phone conversations with leadership of the paraeducator union, just trying to keep everybody engaged and try to keep our finger on the pulse of what's challenging, what's really, and what can we clear out of the way? What is beyond our control and what can we clear out of the way? We had very little trouble getting memorandums of agreement put together this fall. We've had very few ADA, FML type leaves. We've been very fortunate in that regard. Of course, now we're getting hit with the one-off quarantines, somebody's child comes home and gets sick and then, or is next to someone who is positive, and then that child gets symptoms. So the whole family goes and gets a test and now everybody has to stay home. We're struggling through that. And I think that's going to continue to put pressure on the staff. So far, they're stepping up and helping out and making sure that they are making sure that they're helping each other. But, we're getting to a point where you can't get subs. So you're really struggling to cover classes. And in some cases, that's where decisions about closing schools come from. Can't get the staff. And I'm concerned that will continue. And I'm concerned that has an overall, detrimental effect on everybody because people feel personally responsible for that. They've got a real sense of obligation to the kids and they can't always meet the obligation the way they'd like to. So I think that's going to continue to be, and boosting morale is tough to do when you can't throw parties,
When you cannot have cake for everyone.
I
that
can't
is
have
a
cake
real
for everybody.
problem.
I can't leave candy for everybody. It's tough.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to minimize it by making
But
light of it.
seriously,
you know what I mean.
When you can't connect with people and recognize them in a personal way.
Hard to make
very hard.
meaningful gestures, though. We're coming up with some ideas.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, George.
So, we're on COVID, and so I have many different thoughts here, and I'm trying to rescatter it a little bit, but I'll try to see if we can touch a lot of the points. And so, first of all, this obviously is a fantastic time to acknowledge the efforts of your leadership team, right? What they're doing is remarkable, and the teachers as well. And so, and in the surveys, I think those are very fantastic numbers. The concern I have, and I'm speaking on a board level, right? Because essentially we, as a board, we oversee the school and you. And so the concern I have is that whatever you want to call it, COVID fatigue, whatever it is, I'm beginning to believe that we're hanging by a thread, that this is not sustainable. But the problem is that this is not going to end. I actually guessed wrong. I thought it'd be over by now. I really guessed wrong. My best guess now is going to be next spring. And I'm thinking that's even optimistic.
Mm-hmm.
And so this year is going to go by like this.
Mhm.
And so when beginning of October happened and we went back full time, I was really hopeful this would be it. What happened this week, school closing, it's going to be a constant thing, right? The concern I have is from multiple different parties. And so the concern I have is, and I'm not sure what the solution is, except to be aware of it and have people do the best they can. But I think the biggest thing I think for me is to be aware of it, for everyone to be aware of this. And one is pretty soon parents are going to start having expectations for their kid. The kid may not do the music program that's going to be important for their college career.
Sports.
The sports,
Mhm.
the
Mhm.
the AP class, or whatever it is that's important. And so, they missed from March to the end. It is a pretty serious thing. They can get through that. Another year is going to go by, and in some kids' life is right. So they're going to
Mhm.
have high expectations. I think the teachers are doing the best they can in this situation.
Mhm.
I'll be honest, the best we can try, it's not even close to 100% of what it was before. Not even close. Because it's really hard, right? We just can't do what we normally would do in a normal environment. It's just not possible. if you open today and then you got closed tomorrow and open again, it's very disruptive. And for the teacher to change that curriculum, and that teacher has a family who's got wife and kids who he's got to deal with as well, she's got to deal with. I mean, that's a huge amount of impact on people that the parents thinking, well, you're the teacher, do your job. But, well, wait a minute, you know, the people are doing the best they can. So I'm just worried that patients are going to start running low. And expectations are going to be high, and they're unreasonable expectations. And teachers are going to do the best they can. I mean, I have the privilege of working at home. I don't, you know, teachers have to come in, right? And all of a sudden they have to be in a classroom with 20 other kids. I'm like, oh my God, right? This is not an option for them. And it's a very stressful time. And principals doing the best they can, and you're doing the best you can. But behind all this, I know there's a huge emotional, mental, physical impact on you guys. And I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not sure this is sustainable to next April. I mean, we would be lucky if we can make it to Thanksgiving, give everybody 4 days to breathe, right? I mean, it's going to be really hard. And I'm not sure what the solution is. I mean, field trips are gone, right? I mean, junior class field trips, senior class field trips, you know, whatever other things you can think of, 8th grade field trips. I mean, the trip to Europe, right? It's all gone. I mean, I don't see it coming back in the near future. I think kids realize that, right? It's whatever. I mean, last year's graduation, it's just going to continue to snowball through all this whole year. People are going to realize it pretty soon. And fall play, there is no fall play, right?
I understand what you're saying. But
None of
it's
this is gonna happen.
healthy.
Expectations, yeah.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like, you know, you want to get sick, put them back in place. You want to.
I mean, you know, a lot of schools no longer taking SATs. That's great, right? But you know, SATs today was under a very stressful condition, and you know, college applications coming up. The kids who are applying for college right now, I can't even imagine what they're going through, right? I mean, they have 4 years expecting this, they're thinking about this, and all of a sudden
it's an adjustment. But I think to your point too, George, and it dovetails into the conversation Jan and I have had about her goals. You know, we met as a group of the personnel committee last week to talk about how we were going to adjust, you know, reviewing her performance and goals. And I do think this is an expectation setting moment, you know, for all of us and for Jan as well. You know, this isn't going to be the time to have goals that are,
right.
to your point, and this is a waterfall, right? This goes all the way down to the children and, you know, all the way to home to the parents. We all have to change our expectations. And I, like you know, back in April, I was like, I can do this. It'll be over in October. And then, you know, I woke up in September and I was like, this isn't going to be over in October. How am I going to do this? But I do think that maybe that's our opportunity as a board collectively, as an administration, Jan as a leader, to be realistic with our families and to be realistic with ourselves, to be realistic as a board, to make sure that we're realistic with Jan and her expectations. I mean, in my mind, her goal should be like, hold it all together, you know, and it's like a one sentence thing and we laugh, but right.
Purchase duct tape.
You think about how much she has to do. And if you think about it in terms of trying to get her job done, right, or strategic plan, getting the budget ready to present, how do you figure out a budget in the middle of COVID? What are we going to spend money on? What's next year going to look like? All of that kind of predictive crystal ball kind of moments. You know, the reality is that it really is just going to be sticking it together. And to your point, George, I agree. I think people are going to be frazzled. I think that this is hard on everybody and that their expectations are going to exceed our ability to meet them.
And so and maybe the point I was trying to make, or the thinking, right, is the communication part, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
So I mean, if we as a board can basically just relate to Jan, look, you know, we get this, we really do get this, you know, stop, take a breath, and so on, right? And so you keep, and then relay this to your leadership team, relate to the teachers, just saying, look, we get this, right?
Do the best.
And just keep going down. Just keep
Do the
going.
best you can.
Yeah.
It's been our message, you know, we've had to talk more than one person, you know, off of a situation. We said, okay, this might not be what you've done in the past. It's the best you can do right now. And you just don't know where a door is opening. We're all going to learn something new that we did not know how to do, like Google Classrooms. Who was doing that 7 months ago? So.
Cindy, you had a quick comment. Go ahead.
I thank you, George, for saying that, because what you were saying is exactly what was on my mind. But first, to the point of those surveys, considering that's during COVID, those are remarkable numbers. They really are. And we'd love for them to stay up to that point, and we're even thinking about how do we reach the 8 to 10% in there, which is a lofty goal to try to do that,
right.
because you're not gonna have, 100% of people satisfied with everything. So
Yes.
to have those, I'm just gonna say that's a testament to what the district's doing, that's wonderful. But to your point, George, you're right, I think, yeah, we have to be honest, what the disruptions that happen in the back and forth and what these kids and parents and everybody else are going through, it is not the same delivery. It is absolutely, and we have to be honest about that. And then you have to strip it down and realize those basic needs, it's like the Maslow's needs. What are our basic needs? And we have to almost start there, kind of move up. Because, we want all the curriculum, we want all the stuff, but we have to strip it down and make sure everybody's okay. And
Right.
that's,
Right.
and I don't think we've been to that place where we're gonna see, it's not just COVID, you know what I mean?
No, it's not.
We're dealing with so much other
On
unrest.
top of it.
And you can almost, I'm in a school every day, I can feel it. And I can, the teachers like really need each other. They need to feel supported. I went out and bought a bunch of cards today and made sure that those people that are doing some particularly different things, harder things than they've had to ever do before, like switch from doing regular to doing all virtual, and then any kid that's on quarantine has to be added to that list, and all of a sudden you've got 5 new kids in your class the next day. These are all things that we can't control, and they're disruptive, and it's going to be somewhat of a strip down and try to just take care of each other and not be able to reach some of those other ones. So just being transparent about it, being honest about it, and being the expectation is they're not going to be the same. Right? The goals are not going to be the same.
And then in terms of your own functioning, modeling that for the community.
Exactly.
Right, because you are, you're on the camera, right?
Yeah.
People will look to you for leadership as to how you are communicating with your administration or communicating with parents or with the other. And I just think that's important, right? To treat each other respectfully and kindly, right? And with understanding of how this time is going to change.
You can't even begin to imagine how important it is to interject positivity into the school, hopefulness, because the information that's coming at them, and we see it from the moment you wake up, if you put anything on, the amount of negative messages that is going right down to the little kids, 7-year-olds know, there's killer hornets, there's this,
Right.
there's that.
Right.
And they're coming wired that way to school. And so our teachers, administrators, everybody's expected to, respond to this. And you have to you got to get creative, and you have to provide some hopeful things. You have to provide, if they can't play in a concert, can they take turns playing their instruments for the other people in the morning and take some time to do that? Things that can bring some sort of joy
Right.
in a time like this, and make our schools be those, those great places. Where they are great places for a lot of our kids, especially some kids I work with. Coming to school is a good thing, and getting them back in and making them feel, just kind of pulling them together, like that's your family, it's your extended family right there. So I think they're going to need that more than ever, Joe, for sure.
I mean, a very specific example, right? I mean, the 6th grade class is still going to be out, right, in middle school. So they'll be out for 2 weeks, essentially, right? And so 6th graders, 12, 13-year-olds, is that what they are? Somehow 11, 12, stories leak. Someone's going to find out who the kid was, right? And the rest of the class is going to say, you're responsible, your parents was whatever, or maybe in their mind, is going to say, you're responsible for us basically out of school for 2 weeks. Maybe it won't happen, right? But we need it. If that happened, right, it would be horrible, right? I mean, how do we avoid stuff like this? But pretty soon people are going to say, one kid is out, the entire class suffers for 2 weeks. 100 kids suffers for 2 weeks. And that's just, after a while, we're going to have a hard time dealing with that, right? So.
And I
That's the
suspect
kind of
though,
thing.
like at this point, you're right, we're at this kind of couple of kids impacting the whole class. But I mean, I think, I have a feeling that actually won't be our problem for very long, George. I think we'll be lucky if that's our problem for a while, because I suspect at some point it's just going to be a mass, whether it's because so many people have it and we have to close down, or whether we just don't have the staff because of these isolated issues to continue on. And I agree, and that in itself is going to be very difficult, especially if, you know, we don't get strong leadership from,
Right.
as we didn't necessarily when this all started out. You know, it was really very much at our feet, you know, to make these really horrible decisions. That's horrible to have to do that. So my hope is that maybe we did learn something from last year, and that maybe it'll be to, you know, to avoid the issue that you're speaking of, you know, something that's a little bit more uniformly applied. But you're right. I think those are all levers that are
It is,
being
it is,
pulled.
it is.
And I don't know that there's necessarily good answers for it.
But the message to Jen is certainly, you know, just breathe, right?
Yeah.
Everybody, everybody just stop and breathe a while.
And I think the message that you've said all along is, you know, do the best you can. Like, we get it. They
Right.
just- teachers need to hear that. Parents need to hear that
Right.
Yeah.
over and over and over again, especially the parents of the younger kids that need that constant supervision. It's just, you know, and that's what I say to my daughters with little kids, just like,
Ugh.
you just hang in there.
Right.
Just do the best you can. That's all
And
everybody's
remember,
expecting of you.
my new mantra in both my personal life with my family and friends and here is, we can only control those things we can
Right.
control. We have to let go of those things that are beyond us. And so while everybody is personally wounded when we have to shut a class down and all the administrators get frustrated, it's beyond us.
Yep.
It's absolutely
It's
beyond
just
us.
a day at
All
a
we can
time.
do is wear our masks, wash our hands,
Yep.
and make sure everybody in our schools is complying.
No second guessing, even with the
Yeah.
just because it was guiding you.
Hey, I'm sorry, Eileen. I
No,
couldn't-
I said,
That
I said, no second guessing, you're being guided by the
Right.
health district.
Right,
You know, so it's
Thankfully,
not something, I
yes.
mean, we all know it, but.
thankfully. That's another group of people we need to be really pleased about.
And, you know, I mean, maybe we might giving this board too much credit or power or whatever it is, but just, you know, just to let your staff know that, you know, they have our support. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I'm happy to convey that if the board wants me to.
Yeah,
Please
definitely.
do. Please do.
Yeah, because and the parents too. I mean, I feel
Yeah.
for all, I mean, up and down, it cannot be
Right.
easy for anybody.
Mhm.
You know, who have children who have
No,
teaching jobs, who have are their paras, the people that are supplying mental health. So I mean, that's none of that ecosystem is easy to participate in right now. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we're certainly not going to armchair quarterback it, Jan.
thank you. I will tell them that on your
Yeah.
behalf.
Thank you.
I've got it right here in the minutes.
There you go. So that makes it official then, right?
Makes it
Yeah,
official.
Excellent. Anything else you want to touch on in the climate update before we move on, Jan?
No, I think it's one of those situations right now, and I agree with you, George, it can change as people become more and more tired of it, where people seem for the most part to have closed ranks and are trying to support each other in all groups and across all groups. I'm seeing more nice than nice in the professional setting. I'm not sure it carries out into the roads and the traffic behavior and people getting grumpy out there, but
I don't know. I let
somebody.
somebody parked ahead of me this morning in Starbucks and we waved at each other. So
That's been my social experiment lately. I just let everyone go by me just to see, does anyone does someone wave, or, you know, it's like, I think I'm just hungry for someone to wave to me. I don't know.
I think it's been very pleasant. We have a nice town and we're very lucky. That's excellent. Other questions for Jan before we move on? Excellent. All right. So as we kind of prefaced coming into this goals review, and I'll remind, I guess, everybody who didn't have the opportunity to attend the personnel meeting. You know, we had asked Jan to put together her goals. When we get into the evaluation part of the evening, you know, we can talk more about this, but this is really, you know, Jan's talking about what she's going to be working on this year. And, you know, like I said before, my guidance to her was that this isn't, you know, the deep dive personal, you know, nobody's expectation was that in a week we were going to have, you know, a detailed plan. And
Thank you very much.
you know, of every moment of Jan's life planned out in gold for that, you know, my guidance to her was to try to keep it high level because there's a lot of details, you know, that are out there that you have to worry about. That I think all that stuff that you just cannot imagine you might have to think about.
Never imagined it last year at
Right.
this time. So I'll walk you through that goal document in a minute, but I just want to start at sort of a high level statement. As you know, my goals are inextricably linked with the strategic plan. At first glance, it might look like there's more of a departure this year because I have this whole goal about responding and knowing how to responding to COVID. But I'll try my best to do a sort of a walkthrough on my document of where it intersects with the strategic plan. But obviously, we're in the last year of our strategic plan, so one of my goals will also be the new strategic plan. So unlike years past, there's a little bit of a separation. At this point in the strategic plan, the 1621 strategic plan, so many of the central office components have been done, the creation of structures, the messaging, the vision mission piece, that a lot of the work has been pushed into the building. So if I had the administrators' goals with me tonight, you would see the strategic plan clearly popping up in their goals. And that includes Julie and Amity as well. But for me, the document that I'm giving you, I'm going to call my aspirations for the year. And I'm going to say to you, as Tara just said, that's if everything doesn't come off the tracks. And I have no control over that other than what I can control. So my first goal, which really isn't written there, I didn't think it would be politic, is that the students and staff survive the year. That we get to June and that we can put this one in the books and that we do find some joy in some of the things that we do, because I think that's incredibly important too. So with that sort of high overview, I want to look at my multicolored goal document with a little bit of a direction. Anything in gray is going to continue to be a work in progress all year. So remember how I said at the personnel meeting that I like to go a few times a year, look at my job description and start plugging things in? Well, I'm going to do it more frequently this year. I'm going to do it like my mileage report. I'm going to, every week look at it and say, what did I do this week to move these things forward? And that keeps me focused at a time when you can lose focus really easily because you're busy dealing with health issues and emergency issues. So I have 5 goals here, and they're all on the far left side. Climate. So specifically climate, I need to continue to address morale during the time of COVID, which is a significant challenge. On the next page, goals number 2 and 3. Number 2 is finalize the 2016-21 strategic plan. Number 3 is continue to develop our understanding of and response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Number 4, which should be orange, is strategic plan 2021-26, getting that ready. And then number 5, continue to work at the regional and state level to positively impact education, because that work cannot stop right now. This is a time where we need to be vigilant about budgets, finance, special education, lots going on that we cannot take our eye off the ball. It'll impact education for a long time. So if we go back to the first page in goal 1, the next column is intended outcomes. It doesn't sound confident, does it? Intended outcomes, not outcomes, intended outcomes. Right?
I think that's the best you can do.
I kind of like it, actually.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's
And then I will, throughout the year, probably weekly, certainly no more than every 2 weeks, I'll be adding to my action steps. This is a Google Doc, so I'll have it just developing itself. The next column is called components of evaluation. So I thought what I'd do, and I really want to pose this as a question, particularly to the personnel committee. I was thinking that I could reference it to our evaluation document and the components that it falls under. That might make everyone's task a little bit easier at the end of the year. That's not hard for me to do. I could do it, and let me know if you think that that would be valuable. I'm going to list the people, the collaborators, the directors, the implementers that I need to work with to make something happen, the resources needed. And then, of course, this is always a question, my evaluation, what challenges did you run into? So I'm just going to keep them listed here, ones I perceive could happen or ones that actually do happen. So that The document will be very helpful to me and I hope to you as well. And before I go on to go down the intended outcomes list, which is the other section I'm ready to talk about tonight, does anyone have questions about what I structured and put together?
This is wonderful.
Okay.
Great, yeah.
I really, this is more than I expected, Jan, after meeting such a short time ago. And
It would have been ready to launch if the weekend hadn't
if we could stop
changed
having
completely.
COVID, if we could just put that
COVID
thing
wasn't
on
here.
hold.
Right, you
Yeah.
had it in your notebook days ago.
Yeah.
Any questions about the columns?
Makes very good sense.
Okay, so then going down the intended outcomes for that first goal, I'm going to have to spend a lot of time addressing the stress of the leadership team and the nursing staff, first and foremost. That's not to minimize what teachers and paraeducators and kids and everybody else are going through. I will work on the administrators and the nursing staff and keep them, they're the emergency
down the
team, and
team,
let them focus on the others.
Right.
And help the administrators and the nursing staff and emergency response folks, the crisis folks, help the other people in their schools. I will continue with my list of one-way communications to create confidence in decision-making. The number of times we've communicated, I think, directly correlate with the high number of people who say, we feel good about this. And here's where I'm going to start my first cross-reference. That cross-references to our current strategic plan, goal number 3, action item 1. I don't know if you want to just jot that down. So if you ever wanted to cross-check it yourself, you could. If not, just ignore me and I'll move on. The other thing is two-way communication, provide voice and to seek feedback. So we've been doing those regular parent phone calls, staff phone calls. I've met with students and they talk to me either through a chat or they pose questions ahead of time or they ask questions of me right during those meetings. That is really important to making sure everybody understands what's going on, to making sure everybody feels like their opinions matter and their fears and concerns about our current situation are being listened to. And that crosses again to strategic plan goal 3.1. Find time and methods for members of leadership and crisis teams to take breaks or support mental health needs. This sounds easier than it is. But I finally, Amity created a calendar called DLT downtime because we're not taking our vacation days. And you remember where we were last spring. I don't think the problem has gotten any better. It's probably gotten worse. So, you know, we're trying to work with each other to relieve each other. So one or two of you wants to take this Friday off, we all know that ahead of time so we can help out in your buildings or in your programs. Because I need them here all year and they're under a ton of stress.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Very broadly. So the middle and high school, the middle and high schools have support. They've got 2 administrators. The Goodwin School doesn't.
Mhm.
How are you managing ways to find support for that position?
So we do have a teacher leader at that building who can relieve the principal for periods of time that allow the principal to take a half day here or a day there.
Okay.
We over here at central office, some of my colleagues here have gone over and spent time there. And the team relationship between the principal and the administrators at the middle school and high school very strong. And they helped each other with contact tracing.
Okay.
You know, last Sunday when we had our first situation, it wasn't just the middle school staff on that phone call. It was all the administrators on the weekend, Saturday night and Sunday morning, and everybody taking a piece of the puzzle. So that's how we're dealing with it and working with it. I continue to ask him what he
Yeah.
needs for support. We talk pretty
Okay.
much every day
Okay.
to make sure that he's got what he needs. to
Yeah,
get
the
going.
concern is burnout. I mean, burnout for everybody, but in this particular case.
And on top of it, all of these people have lives, you know,
Exactly,
parents
yeah.
to take care of, or
Sure.
children to take care of, or they've got their own medical issues. Or
Absolutely.
it's tough stuff. So, you know, the Y challenge, you know, fun, simple thing. I did a little PSA with the director of the Y. We're trying to come up with morale boosters. And again, our PPS staff, our guidance counselors, they always think of something to do. You know, they're doing something at the high school on the professional development day where everybody can celebrate something. That's the sort of thing that we're doing. And we're doing things like the professional development day, we're having everybody go from home. Nobody has to come in. There were 2 people had stressed about what to do with their own children on that
Yeah.
day. So everyone's going to do their PD from home that day. And there's a full day of activities. And, you know, in a Google Meet, you sign in, you get attendance, and you know who did what PD that day. And that's terrific. Then you even have the, you know, the record.
Yeah.
So small things like that. And I'll admit, when we've had a close down, I said to the administrator, here's your chance, you know, take a day.
Try and catch your breath. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I am open to creative ideas too, if anybody else has
Okay.
any on what to do to help people catch their breath.
Yeah. Okay.
And some of them are just small opportunity type things, you know, can I this? Yes, please,
Yeah.
you know, go do it. So that's again, strategic plan 2.7. Foster partnerships in the community, support the staff and students. Youth and Family Services has been incredibly helpful. CRAD has helped us get through things really quickly, and so too has emergency management. So we are getting support in the community. And we've had opportunity recently to talk about issues such as the pressures of this current situation, issues of race and equity, and trauma and anxiety. And so just recognizing that these things are here is part of it. And I find myself walking a tightrope between cheerleader and not counselor, that's the wrong way to describe it, but I don't want to minimize people's real suffering. So I don't want to get out in front of anyone and say, things are great. Things are great. What are you talking about? It's fabulous here, because that's not the message either. I need to be honest. Things are really hard. And this kind of, excuse my language, sucks. On the other hand, we got a pretty good team of people to do it with. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the way I'm trying to strike the middle of the road, to recognize that people are struggling.
And so, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, it's just, you know, you said that and it's reflected in the community, because I just, you know, I worked a couple days in a small store in town. Today, especially, I by 5 o'clock, the life was sucked out of me. Every other customer just wanted to talk about how depressed they were, how they were just so sick and tired of this. This mask is driving me crazy. I'm not gonna wear it. I'm gonna do it. All day long. I mean, people are just, do I have the signs? You know, counselor, same thing. So it's everywhere. It is
And the word they're
absolutely
not
everywhere.
using that I really think is the predominant feeling is scared.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They use other words to describe it, but I think they
Yeah,
really mean
already
they're scared.
depressed about the Thanksgiving and the
Yeah, I
Christmas and
part
the
of it.
winter and the
holidays
dark
are coming
weather.
on and they can't- they- you
Daylight
know,
savings time.
Yes, I mean,
Yeah.
everything just came out today. I was like, holy moly, and then I gotta do this.
Low pressure system coming in.
Yes, everybody's like, it's just bubbling. It's just
That's
bubbling.
another
Balloon
reason.
coming.
We're
Right.
blowing.
It's like, it's another reason why we want our
Storms.
kids here. I know, right? Snow.
Oh my gosh. It's
Right,
like,
snow in October. Um,
George, you had a comment?
No, I was just, I mean, I think you made a you got us a question. Maybe it was a rhetorical question. I mean, what more can you do for your leadership team? And I think it's an incredibly hard thing to do, right? It's an incredibly tight, fine line between telling to be supportive, but also tell them that they're not heroes, right? That
Right.
they don't do something, they didn't fail, right? Because they get the sense that they're at the top of that school, so the buck stops with them, right? And so that nothing can slip, and it's just not reasonable to have that kind of expectation of themselves, right? Because that kind of pressure on themselves to say the buck stops with me and I cannot fail because there is nobody behind me is just unreasonable. And,
Yeah.
and I don't know how to
Well,
do that, right?
I really wish, I really, right at this moment, I wish they were here so that they could say if they're getting what they need, you know? And I think they feel that they are. I'm often concerned that they'll call me and say, how are you doing? But, you know, I think to the best of the school community's ability, they're trying to give support to them and to each other. But that level of type A, we got to be great.
Yeah.
That's pretty pervasive amongst staff, teachers, administrators in this district. And I would say probably in many, like that's kind of goes with the territory. Like I can't mess this up.
And in some way, I'm sorry.
And we try to give permission to mess it up, and we are lucky that this team's been together a long time. I think that helps. I think there's a pretty strong trust amongst each other that helps them admit, I just messed up and I need help.
Right.
But I feel funny talking for them. I think they probably could convey it themselves.
But in some ways, the question is, I mean, what is it that you need? Is almost a tough question because
There's no answer to it.
there is no, because they.
Right.
Can't give me.
Yeah.
I need this to
What
be
we
done.
need, what we really need, if I could have a wish list, would be seasoned substitute administrators and teachers who would come in and take over for people who need a break for a few days, but they're not out there and they're
Right.
certainly not interested in coming into schools right now.
Right.
That's what we really need.
Yeah, it's a tough time
So
for
we-
type A people.
We have to be super creative.
Yeah.
We have to grab times where we can and experiences where we can.
And that venting that Karen was talking about, sometimes people just need
Right.
to do that,
Say
and
it.
they need to feel like they're heard, even
Right.
though, you know what I mean? We can't have it all positive, we want positive, but they're needing to,
Yeah.
I see it with
I
kids
think
and
venting,
adults.
you're right. I
They're
think that's a good way
needing
to
for
put
it
it.
to come out
Yeah,
in some way and be heard, and just that feels better. Just,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
get it off their
Even if
chest.
it's just like, you know, they
Yeah.
need, because what I'm seeing and feeling is that, should I go into that room, or how's that person gonna feel if I get too close? There's so many questions, so how
Right.
do you help when you just don't even, you know what I mean? So we have to talk about it.
Yeah,
You know
right.
what I mean? I know you're scared, that we're scared, nobody
Right.
wants to say we're scared, but
Right.
it's there.
Yeah.
It's there.
So you have the strategic plan with all the action steps that have recently been taken or are being embarked upon. And so that's what my next goal alludes to. That whole section, my goals are connected to strategic plan, complete steps identified in the plan that as it's been updated as the 20th. So that's goal 3.1 and 3.3. Focus on acceleration as it addresses potential gaps caused by spring shutdown. That's strategic plan 2.5, 2.8, 3.14. And what was meant by acceleration is rather than dwelling on the gaps in the experiences to try to find out early what do the kids know and build from there. So that we don't feel like there's this constant lag all year from anything that may have been missed. And actually our original STAR data that came out for our younger students kind of indicated it went better this spring than we thought they did. Or something magical happened because there wasn't as much loss as we were concerned there would be, but there is stuff for us to work on. And teachers are identifying it and then hyper-focusing on that. Focus on the socio-emotional needs of the students, and that's strategic plan 2.4, 3.13, 3.16. And we have a lot, as I said, we have a lot already going. We were advised not to start testing and assessing as they walk through the door in September. Let it all sort of calm down and fit and hopefully calm down and become somewhat normal. And now we are looking at doing this SABRE test. Youth and Family Services is going to ask permission to do the asset survey again this year, a much slimmed down asset survey. So they'll be coming before us soon. And then identify and work directly with kids. This work is already going on. We're not waiting for assessments to do it, but we're trying to identify what are the big buckets, because as I said, in the spring, kids identified mental health issues as a concern. They felt isolated, they felt lonely, and they felt sad. Focus on continually improving distance online learning. I mean, that is our entire distance learning plan. And strategic plan 1.1, 0.2, 0.4, and 2.1 and 2.6. And when I put these together, when I finalize these, I'll put all those cross references in there. Foster.
I believe you, by the way, Jan. Like you keep saying it. I was like, I'm looking around and I'm like, I don't see anybody looking this up in the strategic
Well-
plan right now, Jan. But
I create this document for you and for me. It's helpful
we
to me.
trust you.
Yeah, I'm jotting down on the
Yeah,
sideline.
I'm watching George write the numbers down. I'm like,
All right.
I'm not even gonna.
I
attempt
gotcha.
that.
All right. Is anyone jotting them down? Should I keep saying those darn numbers?
No.
Okay,
We'll
never
wait
mind.
for your updated document.
All right,
Sorry,
my
I got
updated
lost.
document will include it.
Yeah.
Foster voice in budget and strategic plan process. I think giving people voice makes them feel important, helped, heard,
Oh, yeah.
part of something, and all of that is what we need right now. So we've always done that, but I think we're redoubling our efforts this year. Focus on issues that marginalize members of our school community, issues of racism, equity, the lives of our EL students. And that is throughout the strategic plan. I do have to say it this time, 1.7, 2.5, 3.6, 7, and 17.
I got it.
Got it? Write it down.
I'm remembering it in my brain.
See report.
Any questions on that goal?
No, that's it.
Okay. Goal 3,
Oh,
Yeah, Eileen?
Yeah, just a quick question, because, about giving people a voice or students voice. So the psychologist at the high school, just open door and letting students know they can just come in at any time to talk,
Yes.
during the day, or is there a certain time each day that they're available, or?
They all have signups that are right there that they can sign up for a time and come in and see a counselor or a school psychologist, social worker, or whomever they have a relationship with. And we're pretty flexible up there. I mean, yes, you're assigned to certain counselors, but if you connect with somebody, everybody up there works as a team.
And then do you get the feedback, from just a generic kind of a feedback from the counselors in terms of what is rising to the top of student need?
I have not asked that question of the counselors. I've had that conversation with Kathy Bai and the administrators, but not directly with the counselors, no.
I just figured it might funnel into some way that then you get a sense of, what do we need, or more specific, or
Mhm.
and it's not a criticism or in any way, it's just information to kind of know, if some people, students are really rising to the top in terms of sharing,
Mhm,
maybe
mhm,
just connect with the family or.
mhm.
Depression.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
just
that's-
general sadness.
Yeah.
Which manifests itself in lots of ways. You get some people acting out, some people getting angry, and I'm saying people because it's not just kids. Hostile, isolated, self-isolating. It really, it's interesting how it manifests itself, but I think the origin of it is all
Scary.
pretty similar. Number 3 is continue to develop our understanding of and response to the COVID-19 pandemic. There is even some strategic plan connections here, but honestly, this is just about, as I said, being willows. First of all, absorbing all of the updates and information that are coming our way from multiple places, processing it with the right agencies like, CRAD, Emergency Management, and Karen Vanderhorst, our nursing staff, Dr. Kondulis, all these people who we really need their expertise and experience to weigh in and help us, and then making it happen. The challenge there is these things happen pretty quickly. Like the new information, got to make a decision, consult all those people, and move on and communicate it all. So that's, as you alluded to earlier, that is the challenge. But that is going to be a lot of the work of the year. And we are moving forward with our 21-26 strategic plan. And so this year is just about creating that. So it's my job to oversee the process of developing it, oversee the process of writing it, and oversee the public relations and messaging for the completed plan. I won't be doing that all myself, obviously. I'm just overseeing it. So it's really important that that moves forward this year. And everything's been moving forward as targeted on time, with the exception of the middle school students. Because of our close down, they've been moved to November 5th. But parents' meetings are November 4th. The elected officials and department leads are tomorrow night. And those are our last 2 groups right now. We start creating the survey tomorrow. So that's moving along. I think that will be something we can all feel like we can accomplish this year.
Normal educational process.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. I think that actually in the budget, I think the budget will be very soothing in
It
that
will, because it's
the
nice
normality
and clean.
of,
Yeah.
it won't be a normal budget, but the normality of the process will feel
Process.
nice, I think. It's like balancing your checkbook. It feels good.
And it definitely
Maybe
does.
not the numbers, but for me, it's very soothing.
I think reasonable people could differ.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You're right. It was like doing my taxes and stuff. That was very soothing.
Continue to work at the regional and state level, self-explanatory. That there's a lot to be done there, and we are on the cusp of some important work with the legislative committee and the CAPS board of directors. And we don't think we can put it aside just because of COVID. So,
Right.
and I want to be involved in that.
And you're very effective in all
Yeah,
of these
thank you.
organizations.
And I think
yes.
there's going to be people out there that are opportunistic that want to take advantage of us having our heads turned,
That's exactly
which is sad
what
to
I worry
say, but I
about.
think that is reality.
Cannot take your eye off that ball. So does anyone have questions or comments? Requests for?
I think you did a great job, Jan.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you can scratch the surface on any of this, you've had a really successful year.
Yes, and I did consider calling them aspirations rather than goals, but we're going to get through a lot.
Well, they're
We're gonna
goals. I
do
mean,
this.
goals, they don't necessarily mean that you're going to attain them. You know, I think, and I think this is, COVID times is tough for type A people. I mean, we can joke about it, but if you're a goal oriented, driven
Right.
person, like this is hard to wrap your head around.
It is really hard, but I'm learning. I don't know about the rest of you. I'm learning how to be a willow. I never realized how much I want to control it.
I never knew I was a control freak. So it was news. Go ahead, George.
Okay, so just two comments. I think this is very nice and it's very succinct. And just two comments. One, I'll start with the easy one, right? So your last goal in terms of working with the state and regional, I think that speaks volumes in terms of what you have developed for yourself and recognized by the state, right? I mean, a lot of people are not picked to do that or have to do that. So I think, you should give yourself a lot of credit for having developed that sort of skill set and relationship with the state where they will continue to tap you to do stuff like that. So I mean, it's even though your goals, it's a kudos. I mean, it's a reflection of the reflection of what you have accomplished. And the other one is, you have two goals on COVID, and they're very huge. But it's like you said, you don't know what's going to come, and so they become all absorbing, and so the other ones begin to slip a bit.
That's
It's-
okay.
Exactly. I mean, like the same you've been saying, it's okay, right? I mean,
Right.
it's going to slip, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's not going to have five
Right.
check marks, right? I mean, there's certain priorities, and just understand that. Well, at least we understand that. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. I, when you sit down to write goals like this, there's a certain amount of trust that I have to place in all of you that you would understand that
Right.
because they are aspirations, and I do intend to work towards them with the team, but some may become far less important
Right.
in the immediacy of dealing with the other things.
Jan? And number 5, what's the acronym MSSA? You're
Oh,
looking-
Middlesex Shoreline Superintendents
Middlesex, okay.
Association.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good one. Sounds like a contract.
Okay, a quick break.
Yeah, so,
If we're, I think we're ready to go in.
well, we've got one more, I was gonna say, we've
Oh,
got one
strategic
more
planning, I'm sorry.
bullet, if you don't mind.
No,
and
I don't
then
mind at all. I'm
do
sorry.
we'll take a break
I'm
as
good,
we go
yeah.
into executive
Yeah, I
session. Is
just-
that all right with everyone?
Yep, I just missed that one. Yep.
All right,
Gotta find that.
so strategic plan process reporting.
Yes. So,
progress reporting.
what I like, again, starting at a high level, we're working with our 3 goals. We're entering our final year. We have had to modify some of them because of the situation we find ourselves in and because we modify some of them every year. And what you see here in red, the slimmed down version, I couldn't help but give you the full one. You can ignore it if you like, but the slimmed down version is the one that we updated since last spring. And so anything that was completed or is in process this year is here in red. And under goal 1, the well-developed, state-of-the-art, and fully articulated series of standards and outcomes, we're putting a lot more emphasis now on 21st century skills and student self-advocacy and efficiency to be able to do their own work on their own because they've had to and because they may have to again. A lot more emphasis on one-to-one technology and how to use computers as your primary learning and teaching platform. The 21st century skills has just become essential to what we're doing. The fact that we are being allowed to really, I don't want to say ease up, but modify our teacher evaluation process because of the recognition that things are so unusual this year allows us to slim that down too. So we're really focused on domain 3 feedback, which is what do we see in the classroom? What is it that you're doing as you instruct that moves these initiatives forward, the 21st century skills and personalized learning? the fact that capstones and internships have been disrupted by this have caused us to come up with new ways of doing them. And that again involves technology. It in some ways shrinks our opportunities and in some ways grows our opportunities because you can do something across the globe if you can do it all online. So things are changed too because of it, but also some things continue to be tried and true. We finally got all those parent curriculum guides up and running. They are available to all parents on our website. And remember that our curriculum is not done on a cycle. Our curriculum is constantly being revised. And so that will continue this year too in response to sometimes legislation, sometimes requests and needs, and to new learning on the part of educators. We continue to standardized grading reporting practices at the middle school. That has been in existence at Goodwin since before me. It now exists in 4th, 5th grade. 8, 7, 6 have been working on the 21st century skills, and eventually they're going to come together so that those reporting practices look the same. We've identified from the beginning, or nearly from the beginning, that the high school will use standards-based grading a little bit differently. It's going to be used specifically to report out on things like behaviors and 21st century skills. Amity and ILT continue to pilot programming, implement programming that has been identified as being best practice and best for our kids. The math program that we have been working with at the middle school was sort of modified, and then illustrative math was added to it, and we continue to see the benefits of that. Just learning how to do the different types of learning, remote, hybrid, and full in person, is part of our goal for the year. And according to our responses on the survey, we're doing pretty well with it. Some things have been disrupted. Coaching for equity, coaching at all. We can get involved in the training online, but we can't get into each other's classrooms as much as we'd like to for obvious reasons. So we've really sort of pivoted to creating good distance learning programs. In the second goal, starting on page 4, we've done a lot of engaging stakeholders. We had no choice. I mean, my gosh, it was heavy lifting. And so this summer, people gave a lot of their time to create the distance learning plan, to create what a regular school day would look like and what a hybrid would look like. And the process was pretty iterative and has been to this date really quite successful. We turned something that probably would have taken us 4 or 5 years. We turned it around in a few months. Of course, I have to say a lot of resources were forthcoming from the state, so they were pumping out information as fast as they could, and we were able to take advantage of a lot of that. Communication, I already went over that with you this evening, and two-way and one-way push-out communication. We've had a lot of engagement on the part of teachers in learning over the summer. It's not here, it's on the next page. I think they'll continue to work in the SEL program that Yale and Mark Brackett is delivering, and that's paid for by the Dalio Foundation for anybody in education in the state of Connecticut. Again, another wonderful resource that might not have come our way before this. ILT continues to lead the way on the instructional leadership team, continues to lead the way with Amity's guidance on just building teacher capacity to instruct in this climate and students to learn in this climate. On page 5, that's where we talk about the Dalio Foundation money. The Google Classroom development, the training in Google Classroom for those who had not used it before. The fact that teachers' goals are going to be addressing socio-emotional needs. The OSPS distance learning plan, if you're in the electronic notebook, you can click on that and read the whole plan. It's also on the website. And the 7 Designs for Principals of Old Saybrook Schools is also a live link. And these are, again, free resources came to us from Columbia, from Harvard, that would not have been free in years past. So we've grabbed onto those and benefited greatly. Professional learning is mostly online. We don't even have faculty meetings. You stay in your room for a faculty meeting. We don't see any reason to bring people together and unnecessarily run the risk of infecting a large group of people. So, but we've learned how to do that well. And I think there's a lot more confidence in doing that, and confidence in meeting online and participating in that way that was not there before. And so there's a little bit of a silver lining with that. On page 6, I wanted to highlight next to number 8, 140 students participated in voluntary online summer enrichment courses from June 17th through June 30th.
That's amazing.
That was our attempt to address what could have been missed. What could we do for enrichment? How can we make this really engaging and sort of set that tone that learning online can be engaging? And it worked very well. Kids took really interesting classes. Teachers offered really interesting classes. And that was all online. Obviously, you know about the graduation requirements being revised, some of that necessity, and just sort of easing up on the kids last year and this year as they try to work their way through this. The other comment there under number 9, the nature of remote learning is more holistic and process oriented than traditional classroom instruction, is interesting because that's what our strategic plan was about all along. And this came along, and if you were reluctant, you had no choice. You had to join the team. And then in goal 3, we continue to communicate. Of course, our communications and the nature and topic of them has changed somewhat, a lot, but we continue to do that. We continue to gather feedback from everyone on a regular basis. I talked earlier about the universal screen for socio-emotional functioning, which we'll be administering, and the individualized learning plans for our English language learners to involve families in planning for each student's specific needs, learning history, English language acquisition. Because what we find is when we get students here to our community, particularly if they're immigrants, is it's very hard to track records. It's very hard to know how much school they attended in their last place, or how long they've been out of school while making their way here, or even if there were any deficits when they were being schooled someplace else. So often, particularly at the high school, the situation will be so more complex than a language problem. So there's a lot of personal work that needs to be done there. And I hope you had an opportunity to go and look at the electronic school profile that the guidance department changed. They tried to make it modern and more Gen Z, I don't know. And
Whatever Jen it is.
right, whatever Gen it is. And they also did their own sort of guidance mission statement to declare their work. I think you probably, if you've been on our website or looked at that, I sent you that guidance count, the middle school guidance counselors Zen room. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
An email. That's so clever, and
Yeah.
that's stuff that we wouldn't have had
Yeah.
time to do before. And it's clever and it's fun and it's distracting, and that's good. We do have a combined program with Olyme for our transition program. It's actually housed in Olyme, but it's with our staff and our students are there. I think Kathy has told you about that. We continue to grow our Eastern Connecticut Health Medical Cooperative, which is financially very stable, finally. That was a victory, and that will be good for us at budget time. We've added staff, EL, special education, in order to meet needs. I want to point out number 7 on page 8. The growth scores for our English language learners are getting better each year. The recent scores were really quite good, and it's growth scores. So they're showing growth, 1 year of growth or more in a year's period of time, which is where we need them to be. So very excited about the interventions there. And that's been an addition of resources that the Board of Education made possible for us to intervene at all levels, grade pre-K through 12. Again, there's some things here that talks about being on hold. We just don't know that we'll get to them this year. And so keep that in mind when we're looking at my goals at the end of the year. We may not get to those. On page 9, we continue to do everything that we can to do outreach to our EL population. Google Meet and Google Docs is part of everything we do, and they now do translation, which is terrific, hugely helpful, and we're able to make use of it. And we have parents advocating for themselves now. Can you please send this in Portuguese? Can you please send this? And it's pretty easy to do. So,
Good.
yeah, it's helpful. I continue to work with the town, or both through emergency management. Julie and I are both part of that, and with the recovery committee to make sure that we're meeting needs of families who still have need. Carl Fortuna and a group of people work together they ended up getting many donations and have done a lot to support the community who, either people newly without jobs, finding themselves in totally different living situations. And they've done a lot as part of this recovery committee to get that work done. And I've been part of the education child development team there. And we did a lot to work together, particularly when we were trying to get schools open. I think those were the things that I wanted to highlight. I don't need to read every single thing to you. Except maybe number 17, the last one. As you know, recently something happened in the community that highlighted concerns about racism, and it led to engaging conversations at the high school. I know those conversations are going to continue. I was part of one of them with Superintendent's Principals Advisory, and kids have some really good ideas about what they think that they can do and what the schools can do to be part of a conversation about this issue. As Cindy alluded to earlier, as the meeting was starting, it's not just COVID going on right now, and it's all finding its way to our doors. There's no way to stick your head in the sand. It has to be addressed. And even issues of civility and respecting each other's opinions. There's some really good teaching that can go on. But as I have said to a number of people who have, talked to me about that particular incident, we want very much to be part of any discussion about this, but we can't own the discussion because it will not impact anything if it doesn't happen all around us in the community simultaneously. So we're all for it. We are eager to be part of those conversations. I think many of our students are eager to be part of those conversations. But when you think about change and you think about change at all the different levels, in order to get to institutional and systemic change, you need many voices in the room. And so with that, unless you have specific questions about the plan, that is an overview of what we have done in the last few months since we met and reviewed it last, and what we're going to spend our time working on this year.
Excellent. Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick, the clarification, Jan, on page 2, you discuss ensuring vertical alignment and horizontal alignment. Can you go into a little bit of detail about what those entail?
Yes, so that is curriculum review and analysis to make sure that there aren't gaps in our curriculum, that both across a grade and then up through the grades, we are, for lack of a better word, covering and doing what we say we're doing. So that it all aligns and it flows and it doesn't have gaps in it.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. So at this point, Jan, are we going to tackle the 2021 through 26 comments, or is that for another day?
I think that was meant to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is in your packet, so sure. And I think that's probably a board discussion. I'll just share with you, I had a brief meeting with Isabel today. I said I wanted an update. We met for about 15 minutes by phone. And I asked her how meetings are going so far and what she could share with me that was high level. And I told her I was going to share this with you. And she said that the students' common theme, she said they really were very positive in every way. She said if there was a common theme, it was that they wanted more communication from their teachers. So we'll have to find out what that means and explore that a little bit further. So I see some survey questions that probably need to come out of that. To what degree is that about COVID? To what degree is that before COVID? We'll have to try to figure out. In the staff turnout, which she said was generally small, we advertised it a lot. Now, granted, there's a lot going on. She said that she did not hear any, she said what she heard was a general agreement and satisfaction with the philosophy and district's direction. They questioned again themselves, are we getting to all of them? Are we doing everything we can? Are we helping as much as we can? So I mean, I was excited to hear that because the direction's good. We just need to figure out what more we can do. I think that's exactly what a strategic plan should help us figure out. Just to let you know, the survey creations tomorrow, the officials Wednesday, the middle school students on the 5th, and then the Guiding Coalition meets for the first time on the 20th. And between the 5th and the 20th, Isabel and her team will be taking all the data. First, the survey will go out, and then they'll be taking all the data, all the pieces, and trying to identify the big buckets that came out of it, much the way in our last process, the same way that happened. So that the Guiding Coalition will get this, not raw data, but first time sifted through kind of data, and start to identify what it is that we have to grapple with and turn into goals and action steps. And Karen and I will be there, and we'll bring it back to you.
And is that where our feedback will go?
That's where your feedback.
That's where our feedback goes. So the
Yes.
feedback that, we all did as part of our homework assignment, which I thought was fascinating, by the way, looking through everybody's comments.
Yeah.
There was nothing that I read that I thought, oh, that's not what I think. Like, I felt like we all had some really similar thoughts through all of this. So all this information, Karen and Jan, this will go back to Isabel and go into part of the questions that are asked in the survey, et cetera, right?
Yep.
So further discussion about our responses. Is there any points that people want to bring up? Is there any added discussion that we want to have over this? Go ahead, Eileen.
I just wanted to mention that Jane was saying that the students wanted more from their teachers. So it's interesting because I just put it, again, I haven't looked at everybody's comments, but I had just put in, after looking at students through the years and their exit interviews, similar sentiment in terms of being able, they wanted to have the ability to be able to reflect honestly and consistently with teachers as to examine how they could apply what they've learned. It's an old adage, you used to be at school saying, so why do I need to know this? Right, and so that comfort level in that first question, which I had just answered that way in terms of the profile of a graduate, in areas that they found to be challenging, and how could they break it down and just have that rapport, which they may already have, but teachers and students learn together in terms of ways to communicate learning, active learning, and be able to personalize it. So I think that that's an attribute of a small school system. And provide that, although it's something that's important.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point.
I also noted something that I'm glad that I read through them. It talked about the equity part. And it resonated for me in terms of, a student, it's not just isolated to Old Saybrook, but, a student coming from another country, Nepal, and was not permitted to take anything other than lower level classes, interesting perceptions, of students or students. The student was saying, I was third in my class in Nepal, but I was kept in for science for too long without explanation. That one piece. And so students really do have such a pulse, and one to feel that And it's tough wanting to be able to feel honest about their positions, say in civics or whatever. They don't want to be, you know, grabbed in a hallway. So you want to have that just respect for openness. And it's tough. It's not just in school, it's everywhere. But educational settings, usually I always get a sense that they should be safer to be able to share. But in these days, I don't know how safe it is to share, but college campuses and things in high schools.
Yeah, so there are definitely some recurring themes that I think we all captured that, are, you know, is pretty obvious in here. And a lot of it, you know, is a reflection of the broader community and what's happening in our, frankly, in our nation. And you know, it's just so poignant how kids are so affected, you know, by the climate out there. So a lot about the social and emotional needs and there's outreach and needing a little more from guidance, you know, if we can possibly spread them any thinner, I don't know. It's about staffing, I think, at this point. You know, certainly the 21st century skills. I mean, lots of things. So just to circle back to the senior interviews, you take that with your team, and how do you break it all down and then decide what can we realistically focus on? You know, what's the theme?
We last year tried to grab the themes that came out of it that were things that we were already working on because of where we were last year. What can we build on here?
Okay.
In the past, though, those ideas got embedded in our prior strategic plan, like the meaningful and essential work.
Yeah.
That was embedded in our strategic plan. That came from a senior exit interview. So it does get embedded in what we do. For instance, 21st century skills is the school improvement component for the high school this year. I was just
Okay.
talking with the administrators at the high school about their goals this morning. And they're really going to be working on that to help kids have that sense of independence in their learning as they get ready to go off. And they also have an SEL goal that I'm sure will involve the counselors. So it gets used in those ways. It gets set up through administrators' goals, a communication goal. There was one year that both in the parent survey and the student survey, there was a comment about not enough communication from classroom teachers. And that got embedded into administrators' goals that year. So it does roll up into
Okay.
our other activities. But any students or anybody who's conveying ideas now, they've picked the right time to do it. And I keep saying to people, if you want to have an influence, now's the time. Because now it'll get embedded in this really important document.
Comments?
Just a quick question about this particular document that you sent it to us, the one that says board member name, master document.
Yep.
So is this the compilation of the nine
Of
of us?
everyone.
Of everybody's, yeah.
This is what Isabel put together, yeah.
No,
Well, this
no,
is the compilation of all of our
Yeah, we
comments.
handed
Oh,
it
this
in-
is what Trent
It
put
went to
together. I
Trent,
apologize.
yeah.
Well, I'm just curious. I mean, I'm curious. I then maybe I don't know. I don't want to single anybody out, but page number 3, the second box, second paragraph. It says I recently came to Old Sabre from Nepal.
So
no, that was-
someone
that's
had
They
put
were
in,
referencing.
referencing the
Oh, I
student.
see. I see.
yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, I believe. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Somebody-
Okay.
Yeah, so
I
like
saw
the
that too,
student
yeah.
Oh, I
voice,
see.
that's
Oh,
what
I
was
see.
talking
Got it.
about.
Thank
Sounds
you.
like a vacation.
Yeah, but it'd
I
be
see.
lovely if
Yeah.
that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Wow.
yeah,
I saw
but
that
no,
too
I
and
think,
was wondering, but then I
Yeah.
figured
I
it
see.
out.
yeah, it was like a
It
quote.
was, yeah, I see.
Yeah,
Several students.
I
Exit
see. They
interviews,
just,
yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
but I think this is certainly interesting, like you said, it's a
Is that
good
an exit interview, Thomas, Jan?
Yes.
It's certainly like you said, Jan, it's a good time if everybody's got.
Yeah.
comments.
Now's the time to speak up.
So Karen, this heavy one that says strategic plan progress, is that that's one that has all of our feedback in it?
No, it's
No.
on,
Master document.
master document, this one.
Stakeholder questions, what we all handed in.
No, I'm just looking for the page, yeah.
Yep, it's in the, gray folder, I mean.
Okay, I see. So the little dash is the beginning of somebody's paragraph.
Someone's comment.
All right, thank you.
Next time I'll color code.
Yeah, that's all you gotta say.
I love a color code.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
And a
know we all
flow
love a
chart.
good or like bulleted with like italics.
I'm
and
in
stuff.
educational, color codes and flow charts.
Yeah.
And then I think you should cross-reference the strategic plan.
The two last.
Okay,
All right,
strategic
not
plans.
you two.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's what I was going for, Anne, but I guess we didn't get to that. So if we don't have any other questions or comments or thoughts about this, then one, I would ask for a motion to enter into executive session and then take a break. So that would be my next, brief break. So I'll open it back up for questions, comments about the strategic plan process at this point. Okay. So with that, then I'd like to ask for a motion to enter into executive session, inviting in Jan and Anne to conduct the rest of our meeting.
Oh, so moved.
Moved by Karen, second by Cindy. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So All right, so it is 10:51 PM and we are coming out of executive session. I'd like a motion from the floor to extend our meeting no later than 11 o'clock. Moved by Jan, seconded by Cindy. All in favor, aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so moved. Second, I'd like a motion to approve the revised superintendent evaluation documents with corrections. Moved by Jan, seconded by Karen. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And then lastly, we'll send the conversation in regards to racial equity concerns to the demographics committee for future discussion. And with that, reminders, our next board meeting, November the 10th. It's already November. And we'll have a special meeting of the Board of Finance, Board of Education on the 17th, our joint meeting with them that we generally have in the fall. And our last regular meeting of the month of November on the 24th. And with that, I'd like a motion for adjournment. Moved by Eileen, second by Cindy. All in favor? Aye. All right, and Jan, would you hit
I will
exit
hit, I
stream?
will actually. And I just want to thank you again for inviting
Yeah.
me.
Thank you so much for
Jan,
coming.
thank
I
you so much.
appreciate
Thank
the
you.
fact that I get invited and I love to come and see you all.
It was so nice to see you all in
Yes.
person.